Good morning, everyone, and welcome to another Monday morning live stream. So, as much as some of you guys may argue and say that I do kind of have a plan today. And Nev gets in a little too late for the fight. Oof. But yes, I have a bit of a plan. I was looking at the gas power generators. They can put out a cubic butt ton of power if they get set up properly. Like, it's a little ridiculous. I was seeing Cows Are Evil get like 85 kilowatts out of one generator. So we're going to kind of continue focusing on kind of that while the base hopefully cools down the rest of the way. I'm going to need a good cooling system for the gas power generator to begin with, so we're kind of going to work on that. And yeah, I think I'm just going to get it wired up so that the power is going to be moving to that side of the base. So yeah, that's kind of the game plan. Even though some of you came in and was like, do you actually have a plan, or is this just a title? Cause yeah, you never look like you have a plan. God damn it, Karen, of course I have a plan. Just poor execution. We've gone over this. But yeah, welcome in. How's everyone doing? How was the weekend? And yeah. Also, you might hear in the background, the printer is running. I'm printing a little container for the workshop, so yeah, it's a whole thing. We'll probably check on that later. Hey!
This is Denny Hank.
It's an illy.
Speaking to you from our studios in Los Angeles.
That was the one.
In particular, what city and country you're listening.
But first things first, I gotta get the NOS cleaning.
Send us a message or email us
That was originally what I was playing around with the idea of on the weekend, was getting the cleaning system going. No plans, just vibes. No. Superman, no here. It's more accurately put, it's no plan, just fireballs. I need parts. We need that. We need them. And them. Yeah. I think that's all the parts I need. I'm just having a look. I'm not seeing any extra pipes, so I can magically repaint, so yeah, this will be fine. Not the power switch, we want the cycle switch. As I realize, my waste tank is pretty much full, so I should probably, do that real quick. I farted in the airlock. Oh, well, I turned it off again. Because it got way, way too cold in here. Gotcha. on, you're warming up in here slowly. Generators don't like to cold start, okay? Just like a Canadian, just gotta keep kind of turning it over till it actually fires. What is it, diesel? They might as well be. It doesn't like, these don't like to actually stay running until they're in an atmosphere of 20 kilopascals or higher, and a minimum temperature of 4 degrees Celsius, and will stall out if it goes above 50. It's alive! It's alive! Quick turn on the cooling. Okay, so if you guys recall, who were around for it, the end of last stream, we kind of maybe blew a pipe due to the fact of they got a little cold here on the liquid side. Actually, that reminds me, I need a couple more parts because I have a way to fix that as well. Also, I figured out what my problem was over the weekend on this side. And funny enough, it's not power production at all. Fine, I'll use the jetpack. Too high, too high, too high. I want it over there, not there. I need to like turn the transformer up just a smidge. The generator wasn't giving enough power to that section. You know what? We'll give it a smidge more. And I know, I'm saying a smidge and I'm giving it 1,000 watts. Did they really? It stalled out again? Yeah, okay. There we go. That is going to get hardlined in, actually, once this is all running, and that this doesn't take long to really clear out on this side. With what's left, so once the batteries charge, that side will fire, finish cleaning out, we'll build the power station over there. And yeah, but first things first, clean up the fucked up pipes. So let's turn off the section, grab our trusty wrench.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, grumble grumble. Do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That goes there. That comes out of there. Then we one-way valves there. No, not that direction. And one-way valves there. With... See, I've kind of... I think I am going to branch it from here, because then I can unify it across all of them. But I was playing around with the idea...
I like dancing!
I like trains.
Coming off of this razor post and shooting across, and then looping back around. But everything needs to look similar, because why not? Also, well, thank you for the 10 gifted. That's the sub goal for today already. And we're what? 20 minutes into the stream? And it started a level 3 hype train right off the bat. Jesus. So, well, you were saying how I should be getting paid for this game, for playing this game. You realize you just paid me for playing this game, right? Also, Bay, I see you over at YouTube. How's it going? Okay, there we go. Now, keep that closed, turn that one on, turn that on, and now the system will be cleaning itself. I do want to set this up eventually to try to have it automatically do it, but this works for now. Okay. Oh god, Bay's in the beta branch again. Yes, and this is payment. I mean, I appreciate the support either way, even if, you know, you don't have to, you know, actually pay for the joke, you know. Okay, so now with this, we'll go on over here and we will set this up so it balances the heat between the liquid side and the gas side, because this stuff gets really cold really easily. So we'll just slap that there. Connect that there, and then connect that there. Okay, I got it a little farther back than I thought I did. Whatever, it still works. Boom. Pipe no freeze no more. Hey look, all the batteries are charged over here, which means this system over here should be running and finishing its cleaning protocol. I say protocol like it's automated, but it's really not. slowly but surely dropping the temperatures. Good, good, good. Did we really stall out again? There's honestly a lot about that I could be, like right now, those things are just going yes for gas consumption. I can actually throttle it, which makes them produce less heat. A lot easier to control. But I mean, that there was a proof of concept. Yay! Emotes! That's empty, that's empty, that's empty. Yay. What did I tell you? As soon as... Honestly, let's just stop that side, thanks. Because that'll mean the whole system will just slowly pressure down. There we go. Okay, a lot of this is cleaned out now. Yeah. It's just that bigger loop at the end that needs to do finish cleaning. Yeah. Honestly, water gen, that's... Something tells me it's going to be a good thing that I had this already plumbed up. Like, I'm going to be taking that into account with the new system. No, I didn't want to throw it on the floor. It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked. Everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. All I'm gonna say is that song may be the first song that plays every time I set an alarm on my phone for the morning, because it's the first song on my morning.exe playlist. Rex is a people person. Uh-huh. More insulated piping, which can all be pulled out. There we go. See, when it's negative like 40 out here, it runs beautifully. So I need to set it up, so that is almost constant. We're going to need one hell of a cooling system, which I have an idea. And, well, it might involve just how easily and how much of this I have. But each room, I think, is going to need its own little system. Plus, I am going to limit how much fuel actually goes to them. It's going to be a full thing. It's going to be a beautiful power gen room. You'll see. You'll all see. Oh yeah. Why didn't anyone tell me I haven't turned on the counters yet? Or should I say, made them visible? Because they're technically always on. I just hide it. Yeah. I just hide the thing, guys. Right, okay. Grab those. Grab that. It's nighttime, and therefore it's dark out, so for those with slight sensitivity, flashing light warning. I don't find it's as bad if I was doing this during the day, so that's why I don't always say it during the daytime, but hey. I think that's within range, so if I turn that on, this should charge that battery. There we go. That's probably a little more than I need to actually get ready, but eh. Clean up a bunch of this train that you can just see through. Something like that. There we go. So, how do I plan to set up this generator room? Because, like, I've talked about putting the generator room in the underground hole. And I don't know if I'm going to necessarily do that. I might just put it in the back corner. Because that's kind of centralized in the base. And, well, the power gen room is going to be noisy. Alright, we're gonna put that there like that for now. We'll make it look nice in a moment. Okay. honestly, if I can just get one of these running
Hunger caution.
regularly, this thing's going to be powerful. It's gonna be giving us a bunch of power. I was gonna do insulated because I thought I could get power from this. Mind you, this might just end up being a hot side anyways. Which, if I do a hot system over here, where I deal with all my hot gases and try to harvest from them anyways, I'm gonna have Stirling engines on the back at the end of that. So, honestly, for right now, that'll be fine. Because I'll have the Stirling engines on the hot side, gas side, before the base starts cooling them down to harvest some power from them. Wait, was that the... Nope. Because the wall's there, it doesn't actually... Good thing I double checked that I actually hooked that up to the fuel port, not the exhaust port. Hey, why is the generator not running? Maybe because it's choking on its own fumes? You know what? I'll run them both upwards.
Waste tank caution.
Again. Could need that. Could need that. That'll come into play later. Theoretically, I'm probably going to modify this to, instead of run that, run those. Rex, you're not making a lot of sense. What are you talking about? Well, then pay attention, child. Hey, I'm too busy playing the new popular gacha game to just have you on for background noise. It's hard to follow along when you say saying this and that. Do something like this. That, I think... Yeah. Because this line here is going to come up. And around to the front. Like that. because that's where we're going to put pressure regulation. Because a lot of my base is really only one height, I'm actually going to drop that down by one, which means I get to do a whee on the piping. Alright, everybody ready? Whee!
Power low.
And then that's probably going to go that way and connect to the main line that's going to come over here. With the exhaust. Coming up a little higher. Actually. Theoretically, run the exhaust line to go out that way like that, and just have a like side-by-side main lines. That could work. One of the things we're gonna have fun with on this system is we're gonna need to pressurize it. First of all. And we're gonna need to keep temp down. But once this is all sorted out,
Cognition critical.
I almost had the button pushed to have the airlock cycle. Reminder, the base is too hot right now. I can't grow anything, so we're kind of on a bit of a death loop. I think we were at like 50, clone 50 or so when it started.
Power low.
And, well, I've just got a lot of gas in my system that's being problematic on the cooling front. Oh, the generator stalled again. And a big part of the reason why I keep stalling is, well, I've just got it going. Brrr. Once the proper system is running, we'll have it dialed in a little more. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, we will dial it all in and get everything working properly. I think this room is just going to become a part of the base. Hence why I don't mind building the power generation over here, because this area is just kind of gonna be noisy. Yeah, we'll probably mainly hear it when we come over for refinement. Which is also why I'm thinking I've just stuffed the sortation system down here. Because this probably is enough space for sortation and storage of ores. If I had to guess. I'm not planning to store necessarily the ingots. I'm just looking at storing the raw ores themselves and setting it up so I can also access it for trade. But that's what? That's too tall. How tall are the silos? I do have to take that into consideration here. Well, they look to be about too tall. Okay. Did you really stall out again? To be fair, cobbled together concept system is exactly that. It's a cobbled together concept system. It's not necessarily what you would call good. Shouldn't need that much cable on us right now. Better off grabbing a bunch of the plastic sheets. Those can get thrown on the ground for now. Okay, I can literally make myself a power switch for the outside. Cool. In theory, that will turn that on. And of course, Tall, Redeem, Hydrate, so. And I didn't grab anything, so. I will quickly go grab something, and you guys can have the BRB screen, which also has intro fighters on it. Have fun.
Thank you for listening to Seaberg1000.com. To support our station, check out our web store on the site. We also have an eBay store. Search Seaberg Music Library, Inc.
Alright, I have returned. How's the fighting been going, guys? Was this a nice little add to the stream? For those of you guys over on YouTube, I do apologize. This is kind of a Twitch-only thing, as many chat-integrated things are. So, yeah. But now that that's done on the fighting front, or I should say is, you know, caught up somewhat. And yes, I will have that running while I stream, just because of the fact of with the BRB screen that's on, like it's not just the intro. So while we go, you guys talking, you will be fighting in the background. I don't see the need to have it cluttering the game screen. Okay, there we go. There's that framed in for the most part. You know what? Let's throw the glass on that side at least. Wait, that has power. I mean, I can. I actually don't want to have that wrapped like that. Come to think of it. We'll have that wrap around like that. Because then I can connect this pod and this pod, say, together. But we also want it to be connected to the main power grid. A lot of this we want connected to the main power grid, to be honest. Heck, this thing here is just set up for the fact of being able to test the system, to be fair. Do I just want to... You know what? Why wouldn't we just make... Because we're kind of... I tend to design things so that they're easy to copy, right? So why wouldn't I come down and say, for purposes of being able to test this right now, not only that, the unit... Having the power on, also having power into the data side is going to be handy off the grounds of we can power the IC chips on that. The room itself will kind of get its own little section off area anyways in the grid. So that theoretically could work. And should work. I know, there it is. Really tall. Where's the muffin button? That's when we work on the mess hall. We're right now working on power generation. There is actually an achievement in Stationeers for microwaving a muffin. Okay, now I'm gonna set up a test system here for gonna set up something for being able to test it without running all the pipes right away. Start that there. I'm surprised. I would have. The roll of filament I'm using is fairly low. Like, I'm getting to the end of it. I'm actually surprised I haven't ran out yet. Like, how bad is that getting? Yeah, she's low. Like, she's low. I think I twisted that just a little. There we go. That's more centralized. Okay, so grab that.
Waste tank caution.
That can go there. There we go. Like, hey, we finally cleaned up the floor for the first time in, like, ever. Change out a battery, I guess. Go see if that's actually cleaned itself completely yet. says, then we can just have it running properly again. Not quite. Still got 22 moles of CO2 in it. Right, so this cooling system here. I know how I kind of want to do it. It's just a matter of... because we've kind of set it up already before, and I think a lot of times unintentionally. I wonder if it's going to be worth moving the water cooling for it. Because I think we're running into a point now where... I think as much as this kind of works, I don't think this is working well enough. Mind you, it's only a what, 45. Yeah, we're talking a 2-degree difference. Maybe at this point, that's just running into the issue of the amount of water I have to cool. Okay. Drop this pressure massively. I'm surprised I don't have problems with the pollutant in here liquidizing. I don't want to turn it on quite yet. Because if I can wait till the temperature gets right around the minimum for these to run, and the pressure gets high enough, I can then run it longer. There we go. That should run it for a while. Run that again. we've completely emptied the system over here. Cool. Okay, all of this should come out then. Like... We no longer need power from anywhere past that point. Yay, let's retrieve, you know, like, all the coils of heavy watt. Because there was a lot of heavy watt over here as well.
Hydration critical.
There's a spot. I was like, wait, hold on. I don't have a spot. Where can I stick this in my inventory? Okay, so now. I'm thinking... It seems like volatiles might be some of our better gases for... heat? Like pulling heat? Okay, I do have some steel sheets on me, good. Still have the walls on me. Okay. There we go, all that's good. let the idea cook, guys. That looks like all of that now. Top, good. Now. Take this. It's really not going to be very high pressure in here, so that'll work fine. I actually need a steel sheet from somewhere in a book to finish that. You will do. I think I gotta weld it on, if I remember correctly. Yeah. You go there like that. Cold sinks, heat rises, so... do that. We also grab... which I don't think I have any of the parts over here for it yet, no. Because we need a pump. There we go, that'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Got a pressure regulator on me. Oh no, I do have valves on me already, okay. Vents we could use though. Right now I'm done working with that and I'm done working with that. I could use the yellow. And technically the red here in a bit. honestly, I think for this, I'm not going to go with that. I'm going to actually need insulated red. There we go. Wrong side. Turning off and on the power does not cycle the airlock, it just cycles the power. Yeah, a little less ideal than what I would like, but hey. And actually, what I want to do as well is that, because that's the wrong way for a charging line. Charging lines need to go in and not out.
Health low.
I need that there. Never failed. I'm going up and around. But the idea of this should theoretically be sound. And, well, some of you guys will get a kick out of it just because of how the system's going to work. If you guys can't tell, I'm making a piss tank cooler. As you guys have so charmingly decided to call a lot of these types of systems. But, I mean, hey, if this works like I want it to, then... it'll be great.
Waste tank caution.
Essentially, I'm gonna have it controlled by a one-way valve for the liquids. So that we can pull a little bit more of the heat out.
Air tank critical.
And with any hope, one, this is going to be connected to the main filtration system, so it should help drop that temperature of the overall system. But also, that'll get us ready for the generator room. So that's kind of why that suddenly took a back seat. Actually, it doesn't really need to be one way, it just needs to be a valve.
Hunger caution. Honestly, you don't want to come out on that side. Or I want to do that, because that's going to make it easier for me to hook up power. And power wood. Right. Hey, genius. You were going to connect the plumbing. That should technically be everything I need from in there, so... one last glass check. Looks like everything's in. Four, we do
that. Never hurts to double check to make sure the rad is in the right way. Yes, I mean, going that way. Now that needs to be ran. I can honestly just full bore it.
Health critical.
Before I do that, though, I should set up the cleaning system for the pollutant, because it's going to get technically contaminated here in a second when I fire that up. As soon as I fire that off, that's going to... Actually, I kind of wonder... Oh yeah, it's not going to get cold enough for the oxygen to even liquidize. However, might get cold enough for the CO2 to turn to
On occasion, we thank our supporters like Southampton Dog,
To
of
ice.
Eastern Long Island, New York, where all of your trusted professional training and care needs are available.
Okay, so
SouthamptonDog.com.
Hi, this is Eric Singer, drummer for Kiss. Listen with me to see how it goes.
come on. Turn over. That also can be turned off. For a second there, I was like, oh, I need pipes, I need to go inside to get them. No, I can just use the ones that are here and work on cleaning this all up. They only go to 20. It's like, what do they go to again? That goes there. Actually, that comes out because that needs to be... one of those.
Cognition critical.
I was not keeping an eye on that. One of these times I'm gonna end up having that happen, and a storm's gonna sneak up on me, and I'm gonna lose everything. I'm not gonna lie, I lose all that, like, that stuff. I might consider rolling that one back. Yeah, that is actually on the spot, so... Honestly, a little bit of pollutant in the system is not going to be that problematic right now. This is if there is even any. I can't tell what it's doing. Actually, there we go. Actually, if I think upon it right now... that should almost be... well, it's only dropping this temperature. And that room's getting oh, wow. I didn't think that was going to be an issue I would face. Yeah, it should be fine. It's not that far off. Worst case scenario, I lose a little bit of pollutant and I gotta, reconfigure it a little. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Saying that, it's not coming down very quick. This is another one of those points where the well, okay, either one of two things is happening here. Either the passive vent isn't good enough, which wouldn't be much of a surprise either, or the pump itself can't keep up. I maybe do this in such a way where I can stick my head through and put a vent there? I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna say the pump is the limit then. Okay. First attempt was a fail. First attempt did done fail. Now the question is that because I'm using passives with a pump? Or is that because the pump isn't running fast enough? I'm gonna run off the idea that the pump just isn't running fast enough, and therefore add a faster pump. Because, well, kind of the faster solution of the two. Now, I want that in my hand and to grab this. Thank you. Now we just send that to set the volume pump to ascend it. Which looks like we actually have some movement going on in there. Okay.
Waste tank caution.
Can I just, like, run it? And it'll work? not quite. I should probably really be testing. From like there, but I think the idea is kind of working. I think instead of valving that though like that, I think what I need to do is liquid volume pump, no. Do we have something like, say, a liquid pressure regulator, though? Dito valve. Liquid. Wait, did I feel like I have one of those kicking around somewhere. Volume pump. Ah, there's my other liquid volume pumps. Maybe I don't? I thought I did. And of course, at some point, this stalled again. So much babysitting, it's not funny. Set that zoom. And no, I'm not meaning about the application that the company you work for decided was going to use all the time for business meetings. am I going to need? Yeah, I am actually going to need the gases to be moving in here. We're fine.
Waste tank critical.
Yeah, it didn't get too bad. Okay. It just sounds like it because it wants to be grumpy. It wants to make the grumpy noises. Use that to paint that so then I can come over here. Grab more of this. And the right color I need. So then move that to make it a T. Actually, what? I'm actually going to do it this way. That way, if this ends up not being as good anymore, with the gas updates
Oxygen low.
on the way, it's not going to be a hard
Oxygen critical.
refit for a better shit. I don't like wasting gases like that, but well, here we are. Ooh, my print's done. Once again, that one corner on my printer just does not like to hold properly, because that looks like it warped up over there. Oh, that though, it's fairly good print. Okay. That just means I need to reach a piece of my printer, my bed. Because I don't think I'm sticking properly on that side. And I need to, you know, turn off my printer. There we go. Okay, so the concept should work. The idea is sound. Funny enough.
Hydration critical.
I mean, that being charged like that should be fine. Temperature in that room is rising a little. I mean, what's another way I could go about that? I mean, I slap a large insulated tank out there. That room will have so much capacity. Be a real pain to clean right now, though. I do have insulated tanks in the sizing I need. The more overall gas that system has, the harder it's going to be to heat it up, so... I'd say the logic tracks. This is just being angry to be angry, so we need to reload. Quick reload and grumble grumble noise goes away. And yeah, I hit that. builds up pressure, drops temperature rapidly. Which means this drops temperature. Which in turn means I accidentally over the pressure of the system again. But this has dropped in temperature, which means something tells me this is not pulling heat as well as I would like. It should be fine. Thought I had another turbo in here. I thought I still had the one turbo in my pocket. Maybe I put it inside then. I know I had another turbo. Where did that go now? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Copperhead Joe? Did I only have the one turbo? Oh no, I used the other turbo here. Right.
Thank you for listening to Seaberg1000.com. To support our station, check out our web store on the site. We also have an eBay store. Search Seaberg Music Library, Inc.
Okay. Do this. This honestly might help more with the cooling.
Health low.
Okay, I think I gotta go a different route about that. I think I need to go... I mean... Liquid radiate? Or, yeah. Right, we only have liquid volume pumps, don't we? Currently. Yeah, okay. Everything out. I said everything out, thank you. And looks like we're out of copper. Okay. Fire, there we go. this, I should be able to... Yeah, I can control the percent. So if I set it low enough, I shouldn't have much issue at all, is what I'm thinking. It'll be fast enough to keep fluid in there and going, but low enough that we're not going to blow lines, like blow out the walls. Yeah, it's not gonna let me do that nicely. Okay. I think this is about as nice as I'm going to be able to get it. That's not going to give me an accurate reading. That's kind of too far away.
Hunger caution.
And then, of course, there's actually also that side of where it's just... That is just way too restrictive. I should have seen that being an issue too. I really should have. Really, even that's building up pressure in there. Can I even really run this at any decent rate right now.
Health critical. Waste tank caution.
I mean, it's working. It is technically bringing temperature down in there. What just blew? Okay. No surprise. That's not potent enough, having it with passives on the pump. And honestly, that cooling, like that, loop itself is not cooling as quickly as I would like either.
Air tank critical.
Or I should say, it's not bringing gases through as quickly as I would like. So... forget about the the passive vent. Ah, there it is, right there. Active vent. Say, wait, can you not make the... And then... grab those. Let's see if I can't make that cooling better as well. What else do we need? I need to replace those walls, which I already got those parts on me, got that on me. Those can go together, can go on the ground. I mean, that should go into the system in a minute. Don't need those, but they can check that. There we go.
Cognition critical.
There we go. I was waiting for that. anything else I needed to change out here? No, that should be it. I swear, this system will work. I do. Like, I can see it in my mind how it's going to work. Seeing that we blew out these walls anyways. Thinking this idea was just a moot point. However, I might use it in a different sense. Angry vent noises, or wall noises, I should say. I should really be taking these up the rest of the way, so I stopped doing that. Did I just leave that printing active vents? Good thing I didn't have a lot of... I think they required gold. That might have printed off like 8. It's fine, I'm gonna need more active vents too for the generator system. Oh no, I just dropped the vent on the ground. Because I smart. What? That does bring up a good point. I'm gonna need more of those vents anyways. Might as well just keep them printing. I just need one for right now. I'll figure that out in a moment when I turn it all on, I guess. That's dropping the pressure. Okay. I lost a lot of pollutant in that, didn't I? Saying that, I got quite a bit of pollutant just out here as well. Turn that off for a moment. Turn this like this for a moment. In case I got really angry at me. No, it's the wrench. Why do I always think... Keeps going kind of high pressure, so that might actually be a better cooler if I go this route. Okay, now that's set up. See, because of that blowout there, I need to let that system clean. Okay, I'm gonna just stop babysitting this system so much. It should be good for power for a bit. Like, it's helped charge the base quite a bit. I mean, that might just be better to put that over on this side. Saying that, I think this is just going to be better here anyways. And then we'll pull this here. Whatever, that's fine. Doing that, that means this side's supposed to vacuum. That's pulled the vacuums. Let's activate that. Which means that's now cooling rapidly. I'm scared this might get too cold. Nope. It's kind of balancing out. It's kind of balancing out. cannot tell what kind of pressure that room's getting to be under, though. Yeah, but like, how bad is it getting in there? Because like the second we have to take, or I should say turn off gas going in there, that temperature starts to go up. Okay, I can't tell with it making all that noise if that actually runs properly or not right now. So, I need to do that again. Also might be worth throwing in there. I can do it actually in a very crude sense anyways. If I come over here and throw in technically a pipe analyzer would probably do it. I don't have any gold anyways. But I'm thinking of a pretty old school method. Good old tried and true, if it's not broke, don't fix it type method. Now that won't work that way? Okay. Sure, that should be a good enough location as any. It says there's no pressure. Okay. Well, I mean, that's still going up in pressure.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, over there is where it really gets grumpy, which is, I mean, no surprise. That is still letting too much liquid in. Okay. I mean, room size could always be a part. This has so much potential to work, and I feel like I've almost got it.
Streaming live since 2009. Listen to the best of
Let's revisit the idea of the tank. Because that would help us get a massive amount of storage in there. But let's put the tank so it's bringing gas, and it's helping the gas from over here. So.
Hydration critical.
Have we kind of balanced out? No, because maybe?
Waste tank critical.
We may have. That shouldn't be yelling anymore. Even though, again, it's bugged out a little. It is saying that it's yelling, but it really isn't. I'm gonna say it's got a lot to do with the room pressure. Like the size of the room. Was that actually reading in the megapascals, or was that reading in the... I feel like we're getting the equivalent of what I was looking for of that is kind of deleting heat. Well, it's another route on where it's pulling heat out of it anyways. For me, the pollutant kind of being annoying, though. What if we switch you? You having one of them. Yeah, see, now you start actually properly dropping. Oh, no. This is the part that gets annoying. Because I can't. I'm having issues telling if you're actually heating up or cooling down. think that's staying within safe temperatures. Or I should say within safe pressures. Which should also be helping take that down in temperature.
Health low.
Yeah. I think it's working. Okay. I'll do one more reload just to make sure that that's not actually like it's not actually creaking. Cause yeah, that what I can only describe as an audio glitch gets annoying in that sense. Yeah, it's all quiet on the Western Front, so I'm gonna say that's working. There we go. I really need to not do stuff like that. And I think that's helping drop the temperature a little more. Cool. I think for all intents and purposes, that is working. Which means it's taking heat out of the system. Which means we can go back, well, actually, I'm gonna finish pulling this apart. And then we can go back to this. which means we got the base down one more degree. Oh. Guys, it's not going to be happy about it right now. But we might be able to get... We should be able to start growing again. Like... we can breathe in the base again. We could actually take the suit off.
Hunger caution. Temperature high.
Yeah, temperature's a little high still, don't get me wrong. I'm aware. I feel confident, though, in the fact that we can print some food. I think we're out of the death loop.
Temperature high.
Or at least close enough to the end of it.
Temperature high.
Because, yeah, by being able to plant some fern, or like being able to plant, we should be able to start turning the CO2 into oxygen, which will also help bring that down because the oxygen is way cooler. I think I need to tweak how that system works, though.
Temperature high.
Yeah, we're a little warm in some of the rooms, but... don't know why that wasn't turned on, but okay.
Temperature high. By doing that, that would technically bring temperature down a bit more. So that's... yeah.
Funny, this one will tell me the mix, that one won't. Mind you, oh right, that one just always says empty right now. That's why. Because it is going through as fast as it's kind of making it. Really? You're so... Okay. That's annoying.
Temperature high.
Yeah, this system's all gonna get pulled out in time. That's not even hooked up to the gas anymore. Okay. That is so nice to see finally, the fact that I could, you know, just, A, be out of my suit, and B, actually give it a proper cleaning. Heck, not having the things on the side of the screen flashing. So I do kind of need to give it a look. I have the strange feeling that my oxygen isn't actually properly... Yeah, this... I need to get that running again. My oxygen isn't properly cycling through. Which technically means all the gases won't be properly cycling. Because right now, with how this is supposed to sit, yeah, that tank back here should be empty, but it's not. What if we back pressured that instead? No, okay, so that's, yeah, that's just not going to increase no matter what we do there. So I have to kind of... I could probably get away with as low as that. Do it like that. That should give it a very slow introduction, which means it should disperse the heat faster than it's getting introduced. Okay. Let's do this real quick. I think this one will have way bigger issues before that ever actually hits that. And that was never apparently turned on. Not that setting that really is gonna change much. Wait, that one needed to be lower than that one there, so... Technically, did that one even need... no. Yeah, it did need to be regular. Hey, Blackpoint! Because by having that a regulator, if the pressure was too high to begin with, that would lead... Problem is... That's gotten so much hotter than the other... Wow. Okay. Don't get how that's occurring, but okay. There you go. You should stay running for a while. It was so ashamed. I thought I could get a bunch more heat out of that, but so far, when I was testing over the weekend, that idea's not gonna work to the extent I want it to. So I'm kind of gonna work a different system, in a sense. Right. Doesn't really work well as a cooling system, but that loses power. I think we got it to balance out. Now, the system in a whole does kind of need to clean itself, but hey, that's working on it. I mean, to be fair, if I switched that out with a basic pump, that should allow the system to clean itself faster. And honestly, all that would take is you set to yes. No, not that way. just be that simple? Start it pretty low. Okay, let's full bore it. Right, that won't work very well with the pollutant because the pollutant liquidizes very easily. Yeah, I can't really run it any higher than, right. Damn it. I'm gonna run into the same problem no matter how I slice it. Because both pollutant and nitrous liquidize very easily. But I mean, that's technically still working. And in doing that, it should allow me to... Doesn't help that is one pipe, therefore it is... It's flimsy. Well, that allows that to run, which means this will get more. That's holding pretty steady there. Do we dare? I mean, that looks like it's working.
Seaberg1000.com to support
That
our
should have been
station.
turned
Check out
back
our
on a
website
while
on the
ago.
site. We
Oops.
also have an eBay store. Search Seaberg Music Library, Inc.
For all intents and purposes, though, it's working. It's alive! It's alive! Oh god, it's just... So yeah, we definitely need that to help keep liquids down in this system. Which of course helps keep temperatures down here. Yeah. If I turn that off. Yeah, that's through one. Okay. So if we took that then and did this room freeze out again? It so much did. This system is such a pain in my ass for freezing out. There we go. That is running again properly. I was probably pulling all that apart, but right now, kind of got distracted again. Who knew? Potatoes died, which, yeah, that's not a surprise. Honestly, they weren't too happy about the heat in the base. Why is that not?
Hydration critical. Waste tank caution.
You should be fine now. There we go. Now we got that working nicely. Oh, there's always things exploding.
Thank you for following.
Also, thank you for the follow. Heck, right now, it's been a battle of the heat. And it has been a long battle of the heat. Because the Battle of the Heat started out with the tanks being reworked. Okay, I need to actually fix up the pollutant. And you need to stop, like, dying on me. I need your power production. Okay, part of what I was working on is actually getting a more stable system going for that, but right, I got distracted by an idea for reworking the cooling. Which the system was going to need better cooling anyways, because the gas-fired generator is going to be eating a bunch of power, or producing a bunch of heat. So it is kind of a Clone 49. Is that a countdown or something? No, that's how basically our concept is. When I die, when I respawn, that's another clone. It was a more interesting way to do a death counter. All intents and purposes, it's a death counter. Like, when the tank update dropped, we were on Clone 51 or something like that. I can't get at my gold because of the right shit.
Waste tank critical.
This should be fine. That should do me for a little bit. Yeah, this is more of a I wanted to learn more. Almost 100 hours in the game. I have 600. I'm just gonna say that now.
Temperature high. Temperature high.
Clarice, it's fine. She just be a wee bit warm. This gold doesn't off gas, so we should be fine with just very little pressure in the furnace. Just let it cook! Oh yeah. Loads of heat. Oh yeah, trusty. That's it. The complexity of this game kind of helps the ADHD brain go, I want more. Like, I have not even done a fraction of what I could possibly do. Heck, we had a launch pad set up. We had the frame of a rocket set up. It didn't get very far.
Hunger caution.
Oh, that must track to 6 or to 10, but whatever, that's fine. We're on the brink of being able to survive again, so I am actually now not death looping as bad.
Temperature high.
I did stop, like, even consuming my resources there for a while. For about 30 deaths.
Temperature high.
I mean, if I branched that off of there and put a little thing out to kind of shoot some heat out, that might help some.
Temperature high.
That is an idea.
Temperature high.
Clarice, it's fine.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
See, if I do this, and then, at least for now, that. That should theoretically allow that to drop a bunch of the heat. I don't think that's gonna work as well as I want it to, though, but it's something. Turn off the section real quick. Turn the section back on real quick. Turn that off. Grab the drill. Fucking send up, bud. There we go. And that's staying nice and cold there, which is bringing temperature down in here, theoretically. See, I almost wonder, because of the low pressure on which that is kind of staying in, if it would be more effective to use the other ones. But I mean, that's still working as a pretty effective cooler. So I'm not sure on that front, to be honest. Okay, that's still running. Didn't quite get that finished, but the concept is there. Because I do need to get a bunch more of the framework in. That's ready to start kind of testing. See, that's gonna need some potent cooling to run properly. Which is why I kind of switched gears there a bit. Back to over here. Well, the base is getting kind of reworked here, but when it was running, when the tank update happened, we jumped up to 150 degrees Celsius for our gases when we replaced our tanks. We have been slowly getting that back down. But also, I was running a system I was calling my green energy system, and my thermals could not keep it under control. It hasn't been taken completely out yet. A lot of my power stuff is getting moved to that side. But this should help give you an idea. Plants go in the chutes, come through, get turned into biomass. couldn't keep up on the compost, so I'm going to be retweaking that as well. Biomass gets turned into charcoal, which then was a backup power source. That threw a lot of heat. It also helped with the power grid as well. Because connected to that, and yes, technically from about here back used to be in my Atmo room. Yeah, but that heat from that furnace would go through these 8 Stirling engines. This room was filled with rads and everything else to help cool it. My base temperature was still creeping up. With all of this going on, looks like my base power is also not holding up, which isn't a surprise. We're primarily solar. With all the other systems down right now. Actually, I think my problem is my actual power storage room is dry. Yep. So yeah, we're trying to fight to get the base temperatures back down to about 20 degrees Celsius, while fighting the power grid to keep the lights on enough to run the systems. Well, in a sense, that's what that is. That room was kept to vacuum. The pollutant that goes in, when it liquid off-gas, it off-gases cooler. So, that is kind of my aggressive cooling. It is working. We also have in a system that's 54,200 liters capacity, 8.4 megapascals of gas we're trying to drop. And that's what's not sorted yet. This system, like all of these are also hotter than they should be. That looks like it's working properly, at least. The idea is when these tanks hit a point on which, well, if the system has got too much pressure in it, it should be offloading into these large tanks, and as the pressure drops on this side, it comes back in controllably. But so far, I've had my issues. Like with the oxygen here, I had, I think, 8 megapascals back there, and it wasn't coming back over. right, I plugged back in. Because I plugged back in the trading post, that's probably going to be consuming power on us too. A good chunk of power. I'm not going to turn that way down. That way that shouldn't eat as much power. They should be fine. It's just a matter of getting the temperatures down overall across the base. But we are at that time. So, how are we doing on the gases? Not really that well, so... And I've already technically ran longer than I really should have, so... Alright. We are going to drop the all-important end save here. Because, yeah, we are at that time. So, guys, we're going to call it here. We will be back later on tonight, 6 p.m. EST, for who knows what. Well, actually, I might be seeing about doing some Hunter Call of the Wild, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. But, till then, guys, don't forget, like, subscribe, follow, push all the buttons, hell, join the Discord. If you haven't yet, we do stream on both Twitch and YouTube, so consider showing us some love on the other side. But, we will see you next time. Bye-bye.